could go for, if you want to play Astra instead of Omen, that's absolutely fine. If you do this, right, we can send the Jet and the Sova who will be playing on side. You can go and try and get aggressive here if you want to with this setup. You can just stay back here and leave your Jet in an angle like that and let the pretty cool dart. Now for Killjoy and this, which is going to see out towards Garage and is to deal with that. And then with your Alarm Bot and Nanoswarms, you kind of have a bit of a choice. It's kind of up to you what you really want to do, right? With the Biphase Barrel, buy the actual going to be perfect. Probably what are they for the barrel? You think the different could be there on this side, but hopefully with say maybe you're on a go and get a like this could be fine swing and a bit of an A trap. It's going to be very simple. Pistol rounds. Going to send 2 players behind this, fully get them out. We're going to put the noise, going elsewhere or whatever. Here on B, maybe you don't have the clear. You're going to reach to new and the top are up. It's Killjoy. We're just up here. No problem. We're just my entry. Honestly, it doesn't those sites and I'll rotate pretty much. If you just have these come in, they'll come right. Not expect you. You're basically just going to retreat, right? This is a full kind of retake A setup. You're not expected to hold down this site. You're just going to come back probably into a spot like this, right? You're not see maybe just towards A. You're going to have a right here. You're going to put the normal. You are. They might. And by the way, retaking on A, Killjoy ults, Breach ults, very, very good for retaking on A. So maybe we've got one of those ults. Maybe we're just mixing it up and we feel confident in our retake on A, whatnot. Again, we're going to aim to have some kind of Jet up here down towards C with our Jet holding that down. If your Jet doesn't have an op, again, you could potentially swap this and put the Omen back towards C if you want to. But with, let's say we do have an op and we've got our Jet there towards C. And again, we've got basically everyone here, right? And our Killjoy setup is just over towards A. And again, if they come towards A, no problem. We're just playing full retake. And obviously with pretty much everyone else on these other sites, we're looking to hard deny entry into those sites, and our rotate should be extremely quick to those sites. So just very quickly for Killjoy, what that will probably look like is you can just put a turret on top of the box maybe. Honestly, it doesn't have to be anything too special. Your Alarm Bot as well, you might just, come and put down potentially a kill setup, kind of setup. But that's pretty cool where, again, if we've got certain ults, we might want to be using this kind of setup here. Again, we're mixing it up. This time we're going to have our Jet in towards A. Over there doing the dart. Again, our goal would be to kind of leave that early and if we can. Now our Killjoy might want our turret might be something like this. It even might be something kind of like on the logs here as well. Killjoy and put a one-way over towards the garage door if we do see some presence there. So for Killjoy, it's going to be set up to kind of hold garage as best as we can, and our Omen as well might want to try and put a one-way over towards the garage door if we do see some presence there. So for Killjoy, our turret so you are just sending out. You're just going to come back towards A long, just pick someone there as well, and then you just end we've got 4 people here already towards B and C, and the reason that we go for these kind of setups is basically going to be all about the jet, and we can basically maneuver this setup around as well, where our jet might be on C instead, and we might move the pieces around a little differently to where maybe we've got an alarm bot here, and the turret is in towards garage, something like this, and our jet is over towards C instead. This kind of might be our setup instead, but we could have our jet towards B. It kind of depends on exactly where our jet wants to go, where we feel like, they might go, run into our op and whatnot. This is basically what all these setups are meant to be about. Okay, our next setup is going to be a similar sort of flavor. We're going for this retake on A. And by the way, retaking on A, Killjoy ults, Breach ults, very, very good for retaking on A. So maybe we've got one of those ults. Maybe we're just mixing it up and we feel confident in our retake on A, whatnot. Again, we're going to aim to have some kind of jet up here down towards C with our jet holding that out. So, you're looking for information. So you are just, because you're just going to come all the way towards A and on. Or the other someone there as well might come back, and then you set up, we've got 4 people. People here already towards B and C, and the reason that we go for these kind of setups is basically going to be all about the jet, and we can basically maneuver this setup around as well, where our jet might be on C instead, and we might move the pieces around a little differently to where we feel retake on A. So about. Okay, our next setup is going to be a similar sort of flavor. We're going for this retake on A, and by the way, retaking on A, Killjoy ults, Breach ults, very, very good for retaking on A. So maybe we've got one of those ults, maybe we're just mixing it up and we feel confident in our retake on A, whatnot. Again, we're going to aim to have some kind of jet up here down towards C, with our jet holding that down. If your jet doesn't have an op, again, you could potentially swap this and put the Omen back towards C if you want to. But with, let's say we do have an op and we've got our jet there towards C.
Scanning ahead. Shock dart. Scanning ahead.
This is a recon dart to scan dark
Right
down at
here.
mid, so you're going to stand above this yellow wire, just in the middle of it. Then you're going to aim at this blue flag, go 2 charge and 2 bounce.
Revealing area.
It'll land over there and it'll scan bottom mid and anybody jumping out a window. Dart to scan A long.
Right here. Scanning ahead.
And again, we've got basically everyone here on the choke point. It's kind of ready to do a fast retake if we can. Now our killjoy setup here is going to be and killjoy, you might just going to stun just there and start scanning people kills from within these smokes, and then you're just going to quickly disappear. Okay, so the idea behind this play is to basically try and get, you know, a kill or two between the Sovereign and the Jet pushing up there, or the Omen and the Killjoy potentially trying to get a kill out this way as well, and then you're just going to retreat back to a normal play, hopefully in a 5v3, and then you can just play the round from there. Now, one quick note on rotations and flanks, and obviously the spawn flank Irritating this overall. Okay, when talking in through B, I'm sure many of you will know that crossing here can sometimes be very treacherous. Be a free. Well, you're probably going to be playing, as I said, towards C a majority of the time, right? This is that's going to be towards A if you feel towards the kind of reach all the sighting on A, but particularly sight right here. You take. I can only go back to there. Or they have to get pushed back all the way to A lobby. I mean, this is just an insane ult. If it doesn't get destroyed, if they do know some lineups for it, I mean, you know, just an ult like this is still going to be pretty good, right? Just putting it kind of out of the way of their, maybe some of their lineups that they know. I mean, they're still going to get pushed back pretty far back here. Yeah, they'll get a bit more of a pocket to play from, but it's still a perfectly fine ult if it means that it doesn't get destroyed by any lineups there. And over towards C as well, I mean, there's still some decent ults in towards C, you know, something like this back corner here is going to be pretty good. This does have a little pocket in here just towards the back side, but you know, I mean, that should be pretty easy to kill a lot of the time, and that's going to push them back out towards the site as well. So Killjoy, all in all, pretty good on this map. In terms of retake utility, any kind of breach stun going across this kind of line is going to be pretty good. Same goes for an Omen Flash as well. So just something like that is going to stun across that, stun the default, stun that corner as well. You can also come from Heaven as breach and do some pretty nice stuns, tucking yourself over towards this corner. This is going to catch some of towards Hell and kind of send towards Hell. Here is going to see flash down towards Hell as you want and drop down, right? So anyone in towards Hell here is going to see a flash coming at them, right, which also might blind people looking this way from there, and they're going to be aftershocked and they might be stunned. A lot of pressure coming from a breach doing something like that. But so over here on this A site retake, very simple. You're just always going to want to come and put a dart in towards this, right? So you're going to basically aim just kind of above the end of that there, and just, you know, full power, just send it, and it's going to just stick on the end of this. And as I said, you can just see that from a link there, and it's going to just stick on the end of this. And as I said, you can just see that from a link there, and it's going to scan basically everything pretty much. Really, really strong dart in general for this retake, and pretty much every time you retake this site, you're going to be wanting to do that dart just there. Very, very strong, and it's pretty simple to do as well, and yeah, it's going to be a pain for your opponents to deal with. In terms of the C retakes for Sova, this is a famous dart. I remember seeing this when I first started playing the game. You want to come and tuck yourself into this corner just here, and you're going to be aiming for this. And you see how there's a light up there and up on here for C. Come back then on towards the site, towards on this C retake, and what we're going to be edge of this just here, attacking side, and how we will approach pretty good of it basically there, where it's got the face. Easy to kill, pretty good, right? So you're gonna basically just send it, and it's basically, and pretty much every time you retake this site, you're gonna be wanting to do that dart just there. Very this retake, and pretty much every time you retake this site, you're gonna be wanting to do that dart. You're very, very strong, and pretty much every time you retake this site, you're going to be wanting to do that dart just there. Very, very strong, and it's pretty simple to do as well, and yeah, it's going to be a pain for your opponents to deal with. In terms of the C retakes for Sova, this is a famous to this or C, especially back then on flashes. Put your kind of first charge, but that retake, very simple. You're just above the end of that there, and just, you know, full power, just send it, and it's gonna just stick on the end of this. And as I said, you can just see that.
If they're pushing you on A and you're forced to fall back, you can also go into this corner and do the retake God arrow, where you just put the left diamond right in the corner of this one and do a full charge like this.
Revealing area.
And this is gonna reveal the entire site. It's super good.
that from a link there, and it's going to scan basically everything.
Right here.
Pretty rethinking the flashes. The sun pretty good a lot towards the default box. For a stun, something like this, like just kind of across the way towards the default util. Now let's come towards the attacking side and how we will approach the attacking side on. Okay. Okay, and now let's come towards what we're going to be doing with our two defaults is making people kind of then come back kind of a map where basically what we're going to be doing to kind of something let a lot of the site essentially very little nice retake dart for Sova and yeah, that will be pretty good for these retakes. Okay, now let's come towards the attacking side and how we will approach the attacking side on. Okay, and now let's come towards the attack side here on Haven. Let's start off with our main attacking default here that we will be using, which is our A default, right? We talked about the importance of this square towards a lobby. Well, the idea that we want to do here is we want to deny that square from the defenders, and we want to obviously make it so that two defenders are here towards A as often as is possible, so that we have a 2-1-1-1 setup essentially. And Haven is a map where basically what we're going to be doing with our two defaults is making people go towards one side of the map to then potentially hit the other side of the map. That's going to be kind of a lot of what we do in a lot of these rounds. You know, be that we're starting towards A to then come back and hit a weaker B and C. That's something that we're going to be doing a lot. Or we might start towards kind of, you know, towards C and kind of the garage and kind of try and destroy some killjoy utility and then maybe come back towards A. This is kind of the push and pull of Haven as it was. And so for Sova, we have two different dots here, one for short and one for long. And the short one is very simple. You're just going to kind of aim in the general vicinity here of you know, this space. And you're just going to do it with general these rounds, you know. To push you, you can go, well, if again, even without an op, this can be a pretty useful push it. Just coming and kind of smoking off in towards short, that's going to be perfectly fine as well for something like that. Just allow you to cross and allow you to potentially get some of that space. Now for killjoy here, you just want to come and put an alarm bot in the garage window there, and then when the bar, just going to check if anyone pushes. Good idea of whether you take the time to spam the doors down, whatever you want to do is perfectly fine. Just saying, but what you can, and then the A to dissuade anyone from coming, send a nanoswarm in and let that pushing you a lot. We're gonna essentially then have some options, right? You've taken this A control, and so what you can potentially then do is you can start to come back and maybe do a B hit or try and do a C split as well. That's potential, and we'll get into how we're gonna layer some of that utility for those hits. Or then you can come back towards an A hit as well, where everyone comes back. Obviously your killjoy might come and take the utility back and, you know, put the turret behind. Whatever it is, right? Whatever reactions you feel are necessary, take the necessary precautions and go forth from there. Now, if we have taken towards long, so swivel to any kind of push from long as well. Then once if you do decide to come towards a Sova drone down here might be pretty useful. Going to be a mid default, and this was down short full with our killjoy check again this time, and you're potentially something that they actually do fully event kind of team that towards the again in case anyone does. And the alarm bot might be out to A, someone is walking as well, want to come back into it, they can't come past. Your omen is pretty much chilling. which you potentially could spam here as well. You know, if it is somewhere in there, you can potentially, you know, get an angle to spam this through the door if you want to, just like that. Obviously, it could be different sentinels. It could be an alarm bot with a nano. So what we might want to do is obviously smoke off the garage window and just kind of poke and prod. Maybe we send a stun in as well, right? Just to kind of see what is really going on. And if we can destroy some of this killjoy utility, maybe it's on towards B as well. Maybe we don't find anything towards garage, so we come back towards B and try and, you know, see if we can walk up this way as a team and, you know, just see if we can destroy basically that sentinel utility that's normally going to be in towards B and garage. Now, one very important note, anytime that we decide to leave down A, right? So we haven't sent anyone in towards A, we're playing very passive there. This could be because we're going for this mid default, maybe we're trying to get an ult orb on C for someone at the start of the round. Whatever it may be, the drone is going to be very, very important, okay? And as soon as we use this drone, let's say we use the drone in towards garage, something like this. As soon as we use the drone like this, that probably means that we're not going towards A if we haven't taken that early A main control, right? So if we haven't taken early A main control and we haven't got A lobby control in particular, if you use your drone elsewhere, don't go back to A, because you will get punished by a team who knows what they're doing, because they will just be sitting in A and get that information on you very, very early and probably kill you, and that's not going to be good, right? So if we've left A at the start of the round, which is perfectly fine to do, there's nothing wrong with that, what we're going to often do is we're going to drone back A. And this can be done whether basically we actually come back to A or not, right? So a drone, something what I just did just there from this kind of spot, which is a very safe spot to be in, something like that is what we're often going to do. Now, the reason that we want to do this drone that comes out this way here is because, again, if they do have someone pushed up, be it here, be it down here, you know, be it behind this box or be it even in this corner, if they've got someone really pushed up on A and we don't know, obviously this is just going to be one person and there's going to be 4 people on the rest of the map, right? So we might not even be intending to actually go towards A, right? This could just be a drone so that this person who's watching this, be it with an op or be it with whatever, it's so that they get pushed back and it's so that they don't know if we are going to A. We might be going towards A. We might not. The thing is, though, this drone is just going to make sure that we aren't running in using a drone early on, kind of towards a lobby here and just making sure that, you know, no one's pushed up. If you have defaulted to short control like this, let's check. In terms of darts we can do, again, we've got this early A control, this is assuming here, so we can come and stand by this kind of second window here, so there's one on the left of us just there, stand by this window, and we're just going to be aiming for on this send a dart in like that, and that dart is going to come and land up here, and this dart is going to scan out, you know, a lot of the sites. It's going to ping out a lot of what we need it to, so a very nice dart. But breach here on our A exec, again, if you feel like you're playing against a ratty team where someone might hide behind this aftershock is very, very good, right? Just to clear that kind of angle out in general. But what you're going to do, your stun is basically going to be across this way here, just kind of towards the spawn just there, and clear out all this kind of short angle. So all of this hopefully will get caught by it. And again, if you do still have an aftershock in there as well is going to be pretty good. If you do have someone scaling up from short, right, just an aftershock in there is going to make it a bit more difficult for them. And then really your flashes here, your first one, as your jet is dashing in and will dash in, you know, kind of deeper onto the site, you're just going to be aiming for these boxes, right? So just a flash through the box there to allow your jet to swing off of just there, and then as you're coming in onto the site, site, you might want to flash for yourself as well. So something like this, as you then come in onto the site, your jet at this point should be somewhere like back here. So this flash shouldn't catch your jet, and then you can come and swing with it and, you know, obviously get those kills as well. For jet, it's going to be pretty simple, right? You're just going to activate your dash. Obviously, you're going to be aiming towards kind of the right-hand side of this box, so, you know, somewhere in kind of as it was. And so for Sova, we have two different dots here, one for short and one for long. And the short one is very simple. You're just going to kind of aim in the general vicinity here of you know, this space. And you're just going to do it with no charge, just a very quick little dot. And it's just like the dot like this. You're going to, in general, what the leaves here do is the old here down towards long, and the idea, let it go just there in vicinity. And what you're going to do is the old one charge and just
If you want early information on A long, put your right diamond inside this wall shape and one charge. This recon will show you if someone is picking long A and some of side.
So let it go. A bit on the long dart. Now, depending on whether this dart's on them, it's around they aren't pushing towards C. Now, again, if you're playing a very aggressive team that you think will like to push you, you can go for this kind of little off angle here by teleporting on top of this box. This can be quite useful. And, well, if you do think that there is an op out towards A, then you might want to smoke that op off, right? So you might want to go for a smoke like this. This is a very common smoke for pro play, you know, just something out towards this, kind of towards the bricks here on long, just deny any of that vision. Again, even without an op, this can be a pretty useful smoke that you might want to do, particularly if you feel like they've got like a cracked player here who's just, you know, waiting to push it and whatnot. That can be useful. Or again, if you think maybe the op is towards short or something like that, obviously just coming and kind of smoking off in towards short, that's going to be perfectly fine as well for something like that. Just allow you to cross and allow you to potentially get some of that space. Now for Killjoy here, you just want to come and put an alarm bot in the garage window there, and then when the barriers drop, you want to come and put your turret on top of the box on the hay bales here. This turret is just going to check if anyone pushes from here or pushes down towards mid, and between your turret and alarm bot, you should have a pretty good idea of whether that's happening. And again, you might just, you know, be back here, kind of checking for that aggression, right? similar stuff out towards C just there. Our Killjoy is walking ahead. So what we might want to done in a one elsewhere doing probably kill you, and that's not going to be good, right? Now, if they, and it's so that they don't know, kind of towards a lobby roll, stand by this, right? So we just exact again. If you feel like you're playing against a rat angle, your jet is dashing, then coming. Pretty simple, right? You're just going, and then you'll be looking to swing with that flash as you come through. So does have this drone. If your Sova doesn't have that drone and you have no, these people in short. This way, this close right corner here, as you're coming in through, just kind of towards the spawn just there, and clear out all this kind of short angle, so all of this hopefully will get caught by it. And again, if you do still have an aftershock in there as well, it's going to be pretty good. If you do have someone scaling up from short, right, just an aftershock in there is going to make it a bit more difficult for them. And then really your flashes here, your first one, as your jet is dashing in and will dash in, you know, kind of deeper onto the site, you're just going to be aiming for these boxes, right? So just a flash through the box there to allow your jet to swing off of just there, and then as you're coming in onto the site, you might want to flash for yourself as well. So something like this, as you then come in onto the site, your jet at this point should be somewhere like back here, so this flash shouldn't catch your jet, and then you can come and swing with it and, you know, obviously get those kills as well. For jet, it's going to be pretty simple, right? You're just going to activate your dash. Obviously, you're going to be aiming towards kind of the right-hand side of this box. So, you know, somewhere in kind of there, that kind of range. And then, obviously, jump, dash. And what you want to try and do is clear out this close right corner here. You know, just take a little look over there. Then this smoke will be up as you're into it. And your breach will flash that box, as I said. And then you'll be looking to swing with that flash as you come through. The Sova dart should have landed as well, and so hopefully you might even get flashed revealed enemies, and that should be 3 kills. And then for Omen here, obviously you want to go and put in your 2 smokes just there, but your flash can kind of, you know, mirror this breach aftershock if you want to. You can send it a bit more towards the kind of default box as well, so something more like this might be a bit better, and just send in that flash just there, and obviously again, your jet hopefully can come up swinging with that, and get some free kills. Now as Killjoy,
There. I'll find you. There. Coco.
Obviously, what you've probably whatever. You're gonna wait for your jet to kind of come up. That's probably when you. I really don't like the post plants when you just kind of smoke this off and just, you know, try and get the spike down and then all run away. Again, maybe on a save, it's not the worst thing, but for most BXX, what I want to do is send in a smoke in towards C-Link, but this deeper smoke here in towards A-Link, and we're going to try and actually take this area, as you can see, with a stun like this. Maybe you even, once you get to this spot, you into. Now your killjoy here is just planning to do this just off the rip, then you might go for something like an alarm bot, something like that instead, right? Just to kind of watch that. And your killjoy might be in here, just kind of ready to kind of go for a garage flank in this kind of post plan. And for your jet here, what that might look like, obviously, is again, just activating the dash, sending in that smoke. You might want to try and take a look to your left if you can, right? And just see if people are over towards that. And then you're going to be essentially, you know, killing anyone back here and then trying backside. As I said, you want this kind of that is going to scan, you know, quite a lot of this site, obviously scan most of back site there and most of where people will be in general as well, from just a dart just hitting down towards the back. Don't worry about it too much if it slightly misses or whatever, but just any dart kind of like this, right, is going to scan, you know, quite a lot of the site here and scan, you know, all of these kind of areas as well. So yeah, a very good dart just doing something like that. And our breach, again, we're just going to aim to stun down this way just here for hopefully what is our jet and omen. Obviously, the further up we can get before we actually have to stun, the better. But don't worry about it too much. And again, this is quite an easy flash to do for them just there to allow them to push through. And also, you know, they might need help on the back side. Again, a flash just through the box there is going to be absolutely fine. And you also might want to go for an aftershock, something like this. Although you could save it for post-ban as well if you are a bit worried about them coming through C. And our C exec, and this is a good one to just off the rip. If we're a bit worried about them coming in general, so we might not default at all for this one. We might just go straight off the rip. In we go, and it's going to look something like this. So for breach here, what you're going to do is stand by the hay bale, and we're really aiming to punish people, anyone in here and anyone kind of in towards logs just there before coming and taking the rest of the site. So it's going to just look like a full stun, sending it down there. And then as you're scaling up here, your jet now at this point should be dashing in and should be landing here. And then as your jet is clearing this out and now starting to turn around this box again, we're just going to go for that kind of flash around the box, maybe even a second one if we feel like they need it or our jet is dead. And we might even send an aftershock if we know that someone's behind the kind of platform just there in towards the platform if we feel like that's necessary. For our Sova dart for this exec, what we're going to do is we're going to come and tuck ourselves into this corner. Very, very simple. We're just going to aim at kind of the top of towards towards that this kind of mounted thing on the most right hand side of it. Just there, just scaling up here. So for breach, straight, but don't worry about it. And also, you know, you also worried about them coming through in general, so we might not default at all for this one. We might just go straight off the rip, in we go, and it's gonna look something like this. So for breach here, what you're gonna do is stand by the halo.
Yeah, pretty much use two alternatives. You have the standard one that a lot of people use, just get into this corner and just aim for the tip of this leaf and no one bar.
Revealing area.
It's really good, but a lot of people expect this one. That's why I also made an alternative that is a bit trickier to shoot. So you just align yourself up with these lines like this, and you just aim for the top of this wooden panel with a 1 bounce full charge like this.
Revealing area.
You can practice on making this one hit all the way down on the tip to make sure that it also reveals back. So you just align yourself up with these lines like this.
And it's going to look something like this. People, the rest of the site. So Jet now at this out, and now Jet now at this point should be dashing in and should be again. We're just going to in towards the platform. We might even send a platform if we is we're going to just kind of ourselves in mounted thing on the land at the back site just here, and full dart for what we're going to be doing. For Jet here, we're just going to be there. So that's my left, and then you're scaling. Left, and then your scaling is basically going to be you're going to kill anyone here first who should be stunned, flashed as well, and then around here as well they should be stunned, flashed, anyone towards logs, so that should be pretty easy. Your breach flash should then be coming in as you're scaling up here, and again anyone kind of towards this backside should be kind of revealed and flashed as well, so hopefully those will all be easy kills. From here, obviously, you are going to do the 2 smokes, so, you know, something like this, something like this. If you can do it whilst on the move, even better. And then you might want to come and flash in that way as well. And then your jet smoke hopefully will still be up for the time for you to be able to actually TP into it. In which case, you might be able to come around a different angle and, you know, fight this together kind of with the jet there as they're coming in. And finally, we have our C split here as well. Now, this could be something that you do after an A default. So you might come and have picked up your alarm bot and put it somewhere like this. If you are the killjoy here, your turrets should still be there, though, because this is going to be important to make sure that these guys don't get flanked upon. So having like a turret here or having someone watch that someone doesn't push out B as we're trying to do this is quite important. If we do still have the drone, then that's going to be really, really useful for doing this C split because the drone is going to be very good in towards garage and you're just going to be able to follow it through. So for Sova here, we want to be getting kind of close to the door if we can. You'll see why in a second. But just getting through the door, obviously clearing all of the close corners, stuff like that. And if we can, by just getting closer to the door, we're just able to just see fully around this corner and potentially clear that as well. Now from there as Sova, what we might want to do is actually just hold for anyone coming back through garage, because that is going to happen often as our Jet and Omen potentially are coming up this way. You know, defenders are often going to want to drop out of the smoke potentially and come and try and kill those players. So what we can do as Sova is just sit back here or maybe by this box and just kind of check for that actually happening and potentially get a free kill ourselves. Now, essentially, as Omen here, you're going to have a couple choices. Obviously, you are going to have smoked off both the garage window there and towards CT just here. And if this drone comes in and it sees that someone is in here in garage, well, then you can just flash them, right? And then your jet can maybe even dash and try and get the kill here in this kind of little corridor just there. If this drone sees no one, though, and you come in here for free, the flash that you might want to do is to come into this corner and kind of flash across here, which is going to catch both the back of default and obviously catch people in towards logs as well. That can be quite a nice little flash. But Jet here, again, you want to be a bit fluid with your options. If this drone does see someone in garage, right, you can very quickly just, you know, dash in and then, you know, whether they're in that corner or whether they're in here, right, hopefully they're flashed by your Omen and whatnot, so you can potentially come and get that kill. If there is no one there, right, and you're then coming this way, again, this drone has hopefully cleared this corner for you, so you can see whether you need to be aiming towards that. And if not, again, you can just send a smoke, something like that, and then in you come again. Obviously, you'll need to know whether someone is there at this point, and then, you know, you're just scaling up for the site, waiting for your breach flash round here and come in and try and get those kills. Now as breach, we're going to be out towards C long here, and again we're going to be aiming, especially if this drone does see someone in that corner, to do this stun just across there. So again, sending a stun down here. Important though, it could be to send an aftershock towards this, right? This corner could be a bit of a problem for this C split here, so you want to, if you can, you know, if you feel like you found the timing to get down here, then that's going to be great. You can then do this aftershock and then do the stun. That's probably going to be pretty good as your jet then is coming around this corner here. Should be hugging this angle, and then hopefully that guy who's in towards here can't be there because there's an aftershock on them and they're gonna die. And then as your jet has come onto the site and maybe dashed in onto the site, again, just a breach flash on the box, and you know, you scale around with it and you should get free kills. In terms of attacking ults, obviously the Jet ult and the Silver ult, again, you're just going to use them in probably normal scenarios for those ults. Generally speaking, the A ult seems to be the favorite of a lot of pro teams for Breach here, just doing an ult like this. And then you can actually come and stun the part that it doesn't hit, right? So you stun this way, you ult in that side, it kind of covers the whole site, and then you're just, you know, everyone should be stunned and you should be pretty happy with where you're going. Same is true. But an ult on a B site like that, the unfortunate thing is, you know, they might not have anyone actually on the B site, so it might not actually have that much impact. And then a C ult, obviously you need to try and get yourself into this cubby, which isn't necessarily going to be the easiest thing in the world, but again, same thing, you can just send an ult and then, you know, send a stun down here. It's all going to be perfectly fine as well. For Killjoy lockdowns, obviously many of you will know about this one into this corner just here. Very good lockdown. Very good in a post plant, I would say. It might be actually a bit harder to come and actually have this survive kind of before you take the site, but once you've actually got the site, I mean, this ult is just going to be a free win in any post plant pretty much, because it's going to push them all the way back there. They're not going to have a hope in hell. Yeah, this is going to be a really good ult, particularly for post plant, but also for taking the site if you have this control and if you feel like you know you can defend it. Another common one to use is to actually come in towards garage just here and put it in this corner just here. Now, this does have a gap towards the back of the C site, but if you know that they have to be there, obviously all of you can go out and start, you know, swinging on these people back here who have to be there. And if not, then they get pushed a very, very far way back, all the way back to kind of the other side of B, and you can come and take the C site and plant the spike. Now for Omen ults, and you can add this in if you want to, but by no means feel like it's necessary. Obviously, the back of Spawn of Haven is quite big, and there's certain angles like this potentially, or generally just kind of towards this area, that might be a decent Omen ult, right? Where you might be able to get away with something like this every so often. Another one, obviously, is in towards Heaven as well, so something like this can be pretty good in general if you want that to be a kind of part of your exec, and then your Omen is in a really good spot to kind of pinch on these people in towards the A site. So yeah, all possible options for Omen. Do it at your own risk. You could die in a very you know, stupid way by doing this, and that's the risk that you run with these Omen ults. Okay, now let's talk about post plants, and we'll talk about this A post plant first off. Obviously, some good angles. You're gonna often be in down towards there, and obviously a crossfire here between this and hell is going to be very, very common, right? As this person takes contact, and then maybe you're ready to swing out, or the other way around as well. This person could take contact and these guys are ready to swing out. All perfectly fine. Breach in hell is very, very strong for these post plants. If you have an aftershock like this is extremely good. No one is getting through that, don't worry about it. That's going to buy you a lot of time. Then if you have your stun as well, a stun just across like this is going to be very, very good, right? If you're forcing them to all come out through heaven, and even flashes through here as well are going to be pretty good. So breach in hell is a mainstay really of pro play, very, very strong in general. Those are other angles that you could play. Obviously behind this box is going to be one as well, again, to kind of come off as soon as this guy or your teammate gets contact from either of those angles. The swing out from here going to be pretty good. Just hiding by this box, I know this is a boaster favorite of sitting by this box here, just kind of looking down up towards heaven. If you trust your aim quite a lot, then this could be a good angle, and again, you can potentially surprise and just come around there. I personally always like throwing in a sneaky optic angle if you can. Yeah, you can kills. So you might kind of be back in the this kind of down here and just checking. If their smokes player is dead, then I would suggest just running all the way back. Right, just everyone kind of flood out, come back. If they can't smoke this off, then, you know, they're in a world of trouble, because between all the utility that you can potentially throw on the spike, you know, whether it's planted here or there, whatever, is going to be quite a lot, and it's going to be pretty good in general for you. I mean, you can even get an aftershock through this if you really want to, and that will actually hit the spike down there as well. So yeah, plenty of good options for you there. You know, just coming back, someone in window, someone down here, someone down there, right? Garage flanks on B post plants can be very good. So at some point, someone might want to, you know, just try and reflank once you feel like the post plant is kind of coming to an end. You're going to probably be the last player alive, coming around here, right? And, you know, as they're defusing the spike, coming and getting that final kill. Now for these C post plants, garage can be quite important, and if we have done a C split and we've got control and we've left someone in like this, that's going to be very, very strong for us. But obviously they have to be worried about a little reflank themselves, so it can get a bit tricky in towards garage. Again though, if we've planted, you know, the spike something like down there, if their smokes are dead, don't be afraid to just come and fight this as a team, right? If they can't smoke off that spike, then, you know, you're in a pretty good position. If you all just kind of come down long and just fight as a team, it's going to be pretty good for you. Obviously, you will have to worry about certain ults, like if they've got a breach ult and they come and breach ult you down here, yeah, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But if not, and it's just a normal C post plant and they don't have smokes alive, then this is going to be a pretty good option for you to do. If they do have smokes alive, however, it can be very risky to do that, so you might not want to do that, right? Again, some good angles to play behind. This box, assuming it doesn't get aftershocked or something like that, is very, very good. Normally, that's going to be a jet angle because you are kind of stuck there if you want a jet, to be honest. But again, some decent positions if you do want to play aggressive in towards CT. Obviously coming in towards logs, you aren't really seen towards garage. Again, a bit of a one and done angle, but it can be absolutely fine. Omen's TPing up there can be good, particularly if you do have garage control as well. Obviously sitting kind of towards this box. Again, if you got someone towards logs looking towards this, just towards the box here, swinging off them, then if the pressure comes from garage, you can kind of do the same, maybe tucked in towards this as well, just looking towards garage and kind of an off angle like that. All decent positions to play play from in this C post plant. And yeah, as I said, if they don't have smokes, don't be afraid to just run all the way back here and go and get those kills. Also, one quick thing I should mention for Omen on both the B and C post plants is you can one-way off the spike, right? So just a smoke, something like that will mean that whoever is defusing down here can't see you, right? So you can just spam them. You will see their legs. You will obviously hear the noise of them defusing, and they can't see you. So you will get some free kills there. And you can come and do it on the C post plant as well by just putting a smoke on top of the box just here, right? Exactly the same thing. Anyone defusing kind of down here by the box, obviously, again, they can't see you through the smoke. You'll be able to see them, and it should be free kills. Okay, and so I think that is it. Enjoy your last premiere game, everyone, on Haven. Again, there's a lot more I wanted to add to this video, but I just couldn't because we'd be going forever. So, yes, thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you win your last game before the playoffs, and then, yeah, pick one of the maps that you enjoy, and And so I think, and down here by the box, obviously, again, they can't see you through the smoke. You'll be able to see them, and it should be free kills. Okay, and so I think that is it. Enjoy your last Premier game, everyone, on Haven. Again, there's a lot more I wanted to add to this video, but I just couldn't because we'd be going forever. So, yes, thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you win your last game before. In terms of attacking ults, obviously the Jet ult and the Silver ult, again, you're just going to use them in probably normal scenarios for those ults. Generally speaking, the A ult seems to... finally, we have our C split here. So for breach here, at this point, we're now starting to even a second an aftershock if we know that someone. Very, very simple. Right hand corner, guys. Close left, and then you'll then be coming in. You are going and flashed as well, so hopefully those will all be easy kills. From in here, obviously you are going to do the 2 smokes, so you know, something like this. Flash in that way, TP like this together. Split here as well. Now, one very important note, anytime that we decide to leave down A, right? So we haven't set up. Okay, so now let's talk about our execs here. And as I said, you might be using a drone early on, kind of towards a lobby here, and just making sure that, you know, no one's pushed up. If you have defaulted towards A and you've got this early control, a good drone to do is something like this, which is going to give you short control, and you might want someone to come and follow this drone in for your A exec here, right? So something just like this. That's checking these corners. And else we can go, and we're just going to be just to so in general, just kind of we will get caught by it. And again, pretty good if you do have someone scaling up from short, right? Just an aftershock in there is going to make it a bit more difficult for them. And then really your flashes here, your first one, as your jet is dashing in and will dash in, you know, kind of deeper onto the site, you're just going to be aiming for these boxes, right? So just a flash through the box there to allow your jet to swing off of just there. And then as you're coming in onto the site, you might want to flash for yourself as well. So something like this, as you then come in onto the site, your jet at this point should be somewhere like back here, so this flash shouldn't catch your jet, and then you can come and swing with it and, you know, obviously get those kills as well.
らこのバリア張り付いて、
はい。
ここエイムでこの2番ウス2チャージでこうなんだけど、
おお、通路から箱裏まで。
そうこれいなかったら一番クリアできるけど、まあ、大体いるんで、
まあ
フラッシュリコンにした方がいいですね。
ああ、ブリーチ
大体
フラッシュと一緒に合わせて、
そ
リコンポンと。
うで途中から取るときはここね透けるのよ。ここ透けるからここにフルチャージで打つ。
これは
これいいっすね
箱裏までね、映るし。
うんただこれ
For Jet, it's going to be pretty simple, right? You're just going to activate your... Now, as Killjoy, obviously what you've probably done is you've picked up your utility and maybe, you know, put it kills. And then for Omen here, obviously you want to go and put in your 2 smokes just there, but your flash can kind of, you know, mirror this breach aftershock if you want to. You can send it a bit more towards the kind of default box as well, so something more like this might be a bit better, and just send in that flash just there, and obviously again, your Jet hopefully can come up swinging with that and get some free kills. Now as Killjoy, obviously what you've probably done is you've picked up your general, but what you're going to do, your stun is basically going to be up. Okay, so now let's talk about our execs here. And as I said, you might be using a drone early on, kind of towards a lobby here. And just making a good drone, and someone, maybe your Killjoy, got this early A control. This is assuming here, so we can combat this win. So we're just going to be aiming, send it here, and this dart is going to scan out, you know, a lot of the site, and that dart is going to come, it's going to ping, and that dart is going to come and land up here.
Scanning ahead.
Just full charge.
First, run towards this window here, not pixel perfect. Then find this circle and
send a dart in like that. It's going to ping out a lot of... I feel like you're playing against a ratty team. Just this way here, just kind of towards the spawn just there, and clear out all this kind of short angle. So all of this hopefully... hopefully will get caught. Do have someone go for them. You know, kind of allow your jet to swing off of just there, and then as you're coming in onto the site, you might want to flash for yourself as well. So